Okay. So just to start off, I'm going to give a thank you to the one whole handful of subscribers that have been with me so far. So I thank everybody. Uh, right now, it's going to be very low energy. I do not feel well. Um, but I'm going to continue drinking some tea, some fluids. I took like a 4-hour nap after the end of the stream. Um, just doing my best to figure out what's going on in my brain, as per usual. But now we're back in it. We got the Blender manual open. Where was I? Regions. Arranging, scrolling. Okay, I remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Filter by active tool. Only show brushes applicable for the currently active tool in the asset shelf. Note, the value of this property is stored in preferences, which may have to be saved manually if autosave preferences is disabled. Tabs and panels. Okay, tabs. Tabs are used to control overlapping sections in the user interface. The content of only one tab is visible at a time. Tabs are listed in the tab header, which can be horizontal or vertical. Switching / cycling. Vertical tabs can be switched with control wheel from anywhere in the tab. You can also cycle through tabs with control tab. Control wheel doesn't do what I think it means. Control tab. Control shift tab. Ooh, that's uncomfortable. I use my pinky to hit the shift and the control key at the same time. Using my ring finger on my left hand to do shift. I guess is more comfortable. Oh no. Uh... Press down left mouse button to move the mouse over the tab header icons. Oh. So holding down left mouse button just does that. Okay. Pressing numpad period scrolls to active tab in case it is out of view. Note these shortcuts does not apply to workspace tabs. See workspace controls. Okay. Panels, the smallest organizational unit in the user interface, is a panel. The panel header shows the title of the panel. It is always visible. Some panels also include subpanels. Collapsing and expanding. A panel can either be expanded to show its contents or collapsed to hide its contents. An expanded panel is indicated by a down arrow in the panel header, while a collapsed panel is shown with a right arrow. Clicking left mouse button on the panel header expands or collapses it. Pressing A expands or / collapses the panel under the mouse pointer. Okay. I guess. Control left mouse button on the header of a collapsed panel will expand it and collapse all others. Oh. Okay. Dragging with left mouse button over the headers will expand and collapse many at once. Okay. That is actually kind of cool. Nice. Position. You can change the position of a panel within its region by clicking and dragging the grip widget on the right side of its header. Okay. Kidding. Sometimes it is desirable to view panels from different tabs at the same time, like for instance having access to a camera's properties while other objects are selected. This can be solved by making panels pinnable. A pinned panel remains visible regardless of which tab has been selected. You can pin a panel by clicking on the pin icon in its header. Panels that do not have a pin icon can be pinned by right mouse button on the panel header and selecting pin, or by pressing shift left mouse button. Okay, so let's do an example. Okay. I don't understand what pinning does. It just makes the things disappear. Light object pin. Westerman. Okay. That doesn't help. How does that help? Now I got a 6 o'clock alarm going off. Pinning is not available for all panels. For example, it's available in the sidebar, but not in the properties editor. Well, I don't understand how pinning is even useful. It just seems to lock out things. Presets. Panels in Blender provide a presets menu for quickly reusing common settings. Presets can save time by storing frequently used configurations, which can be reapplied with a single click. Selector. Wait, hold on. Where is tabs and panels? presets. Material data. Where is preset? Outliner. Shape key, edit mode, solo active, shape key. Presets are stored as Python files. Okay, selector, a list of available presets. Selecting one will apply the stored values to the relevant properties. Preset name, the name to use when adding a new preset. Add, create a new preset using the current settings. Then preset is saved and appears in the list for future reuse. Remove deletes the selected preset. Modifiers, properties, physics, constraints, material. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind to find later because I don't know where to even find the selector for presets. Key mount. Okay. Conventions used in this manual. Keyboard. Hotkeys are shown in the manual as they appear on a keyboard. For example, G. The G key by itself as though you are typing a lowercase g. Shift, Control, Alt, modifier keys. Control W, Shift, Alt, A. Key pressed simultaneously. 0 to 9, the number keys on the row above the letters. What does 0 to 9 do in the... Doesn't do anything in the viewport. Doesn't do anything there. Doesn't do anything there. The keys on separate numeric keypad. Zero goes to camera. Numpad 0 goes to camera. Numpad 1 is negative Y. Numpad 2 does that. Assume 8 does the other way, yep. 3 does X. 4 does that. 6 does that. 5 does orthographic to user perspective. 9 9 just flips to the opposite. Z flips to... Sorry, 7 flips to positive Z. So you have positive Z, negative Y, positive X. But if you wanted to, you can do positive X with 3, and then 9 to flip it to negative X. Or you can go numpad 1 with negative Y, then press 9 to flip it to positive Y. And then it's the same. Okay. And it's 5. Numpad 5 is always orthographic to perspective. Numpad plus is zoom in, numpad negative is zoom out. Enter. Numpad enter doesn't do anything. Multiply and divide don't do anything. Numlock just turns on and off the numlock. The number pad. Oh boy. Period. Obviously, we know what period does. It zooms into the selected. I accidentally pressed 0. Okay. Oh. There's something. Other keys are referred to by name, such as Escape tab, F1 through F12. Arrow keys are written down as left, right, and so on. Mouse buttons, and wheel actions are referred to as left mouse button, right mouse button, middle mouse button, wheel, wheel up, wheel down. Built-in key maps. Blender provides 2 default key maps. Blender, the default key map used throughout this manual. Industry compatible key map that more closely matches the shortcuts of other 3D applications. Customizing. You can customize keyboard and mouse shortcuts in the preferences. Well, that is good. Default key map. While this isn't a comprehensive list, this page shows common keys used in Blender default key map. Selecting. Blender has 2 main selection modes, left click select and right click select. See the select with mouse button preferences. Hovering. The following shortcuts can be pressed while hovering the mouse cursor over an editable field. Properties. Control-C, copy the single value of the field. Control-V, paste the single value of the field. Control-Alt-C, copy the entire vector or color of the field. Control-Alt-V, paste the entire vector or color of the field. Right mouse button open the context menu. Backspace, reset the value to its default. Minus, invert the value's sign, multiplying by -1. Control wheel, change the value in incremental steps. For fields with a pop-up list of values, this cycles the value. Return activates menus and toggles checkboxes. Alt, hold while editing values to apply the change to all selected items. Objects, bones, sequence strips. This can be used for number fields and toggles. Dragging. The following shortcuts can be used while moving, rotating, scaling an object in 3D viewport, dragging the slider of a value, and so on. Note that they should be pressed after starting the drag, not before. Control snap to coarse increments, making it easier to say, rotate an object by exactly 90 degrees. Shift, make the value change more slowly in response to mouse movements, giving more precision. Shift Control, snap to fine increments. General, Control 0, open file. Control S, save file. Control N, new file. Control Z, undo. Shift Control Z, redo. Control Q, quit. F1, help, context sensitive. F2, rename active item. F3, menu search. F4, file context menu. F5 through 8, reserved for user actions. F9, adjust last operation. F10, reserved for user actions. F11, show render window. F12, render the current frame. Q, quick access favorites. Control spacebar, toggle maximize area. Control page up, previous and next workspace. Control page up and control page down, next/previous workspace. Spacebar, user configurable C spacebar action. Shift Control spacebar, playback animation reverse. Okay. Shift Control spacebar. Oh, yeah, that does in fact do it. Oh. Common editing keys. X. Delete the selected item with a configuration dialog. Delete the selected item without a confirmation dialog. Oh, okay. 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 I understand. I understand that one. Common editor keys. These keys are shared across editors such as 3D Viewport, UV, and Graph Editor. A. Select all. Alt A. Select none. Double tap A. Also select none. Control I. Insert. Control I. Invert selection. H. Hide selected items. Shift H. Hide unselected items. Alt H. Reveal hidden items. T. Toggle toolbar. N. Toggle sidebar. 3D viewport keys. Middle mouse button. Orbit view. Shift middle mouse button. Pan view. Control middle mouse button. Zoom view. Tab. Toggle edit mode. Control tab. Toggle pose mode for armatures, or show a mode switching pie menu for others. Ah. So that's what was happening when that pie was showing up. I didn't have the armature selected. Okay. 1 through 3. Edit mode, switch between edit vertices 1, edit edges 2, and faces 3. Hold shift to toggle one of these without disabling the others. Hold control to alter how the selection is transformed from the old mode to the new. See mesh selection modes for details. Accent grave. Show 3D viewport navigation pie menu. Control accent grave. Toggle gizmos. Okay. Shift accent grave. Start fly walk navigation. Oh, this is interesting. Wonderful. See also 3D viewport navigation. Animation, I, insert a keyframe, Alt-I, clear keyframe, Shift, Alt-I, clear all keyframes. That was the hotkey that I wanted. Okay. Finally. Still tired. Control D. Assign a driver. Control Alt D. Clear the driver. A. Add the property to the current keying set. Alt K. Alt K. Remove the property from the current keying set. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, Python scripting. Control C, when pressed while hovering over an operator button, copies its Python command to the clipboard. This command can then be used in the Python console or in the text editor when writing scripts. Shift Control C, when pressed while hovering over a field, copies its relative data path, also available from the context menu, useful when writing drivers or scripts. Shift Control Alt C, when pressed while hovering over a field, copies its full data path. Platform specific keys. Mac OS, the command key can be used instead of control on Mac OS, but for all but a few exceptions with conflict with the operating system. What? Hold on. On Mac OS, for all but a few exceptions which conflict with the operating system. List of additional macOS specific keys. Command, comma, references. Industry compatible key map. Do I need to learn all this? Probably not. I'm just going to be using the base Blender key map. I'm not going to do industry compatible. I am not compatible with industry. Why would I make myself compatible with industry? I kinda hate industry, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, a little bit miffed about this whole idea called industry. It's a bunch of the people wanting to own shit and other people's livelihoods. What good things did industry do? I don't know, but it's definitely outweighed by the bad. Okay. UI elements. UI element buttons. Operator buttons. Operator buttons execute an operator which in summary execute an action when clicked with left mouse button. Operator buttons may be an icon, text, or text with an icon. Checkboxes and toggle buttons. These controls are used to activate or deactivate options. Use left mouse button to change their state. A tick is shown on the checkboxes when the option is activated. Active status on toggle buttons is indicated either by color on the icon background or a change in icon graphics. Control wheel to cycle through on and off states. Oh, do control wheel to cycle on and off? What's an example of a gravity? Okay. Interesting. Ooh, hold on. What if I lower the gravity? Does that affect fly? Shift grave. Okay, what about negative 0.5? Shift tab. Oh my gosh, that actually does work. I figured out how to control gravity. It's just... Okay. Okay. Okay, Blender. Okay, Blender. Okay, hold on. What if I have 0 gravity? Wait, 0.001 gravity. Oh wait, no, I need to make that negative. Negative 0.001. Shift. It's like I'm not even falling at all. It might be psychosomatic, but it does feel like I'm falling. Okay. Wonderful. So, negative 9.8 meters per second. Gravity is back to what it used to be. Wonderful. It's fun knowing that the Earth's gravity is negative 9.8 meters per second. I think that's kind of cool. It's a funny number. It's about not like the other funny numbers like 426,769, but it's a cool number. It's our number. It's Earth's number. Earth's number is 9.8. Because it's not a 10 out of 10. Earth is not a 10 out of 10. It's 9.8 at best. Negative 9.8 at best. Okay. That was a rabbit hole. That wasn't even in the manual. I just found the toggle button and then it's just like, oh, what does this do? Wait, hold on. Does that mean that if I have X? Shift. Why does X gravity not do anything? I guess X gravity doesn't do anything? I guess not. But anyway. It's gotta do something. I just don't know what yet. Okay. Control wheel cycle. Okay. Dragging. To change many values at once, on or off, you can press down left mouse button and drag over multiple buttons. Direction. Buttons. Clicking left mouse button in a sphere and dragging the mouse cursor lets the user change the direction by rotating the sphere. Oh. That means this gimbal? Is that what it means? Shortcuts, left mouse button, drag rotates the direction. Control, while dragging, snaps the vertical and diagonal directions. I don't think that's the sphere they're talking about. What sphere are they talking about? Uh-oh. Okay, we're back. Input fields, text and search fields. Text fields show a rounded rectangular border, and optionally an icon and or text inside the border. This text fields store text strings and provide the means to edit text by standard text editing shortcuts. Home, go to the start of the line. End, go to the end of the line. Left, right, move cursor a single character. Control left, control right, move the cursor an entire word. Interesting. Backspace, delete characters, delete. Also deletes characters. Control backspace, delete words. Control delete also deletes words. Shift, select while holding the key and moving the cursor. Word. Shift. I don't think I'm using that correctly. Control A, select all text. Control C, copy the selected text. Control X, cut the selected text. Control V, paste at the cursor position. For text fields with an icon and pop-ups, see Data ID. Number fields. Number fields store values and units. The first type of number field shows triangles, point left and right on the sides of the field when the mouse pointer is over the field. Sliders, a second type of number field, have a colored bar at the background to display percentage value. The value can be edited in several ways. Incremental steps. To change the value in unit steps, click left mouse button on the small triangles not available for sliders. You can also use control wheel while hovering over the field to edit the value. Dragging. To change the value with the mouse, holding down left mouse button and drag left to right. Hold control to snap to a discrete steps while dragging, or shift for precision input. Keyboard input. Press left mouse button or return to enter value by typing it with the keyboard. When entering values by keyboard, number fields work like text fields. Press return or left mouse button outside the field to apply the change. Press escape or right mouse button to cancel. Press tab to jump to the next field, or shift tab to go to the previous field. Press minus while hovering over a number field to negate the value. Multi-value editing. You can edit multiple number fields at once by pressing down left mouse button on the first field and then dragging vertically over the fields you want to edit. Finally, you can either drag left or right to adjust the value with mouse button, or release the left mouse button and type in a value. I've done that before. I love doing that, actually. I like doing that so often. Look at this, look at this. Do that, and then do, like, what, 9? Boom. Boom. 999. Do 10, 10, 10. Boom. Then you can just click that and do like something like 18, and then boom, it does that. Perfect position. If I do say so myself, it is a perfect position. Rotation, you can just hit 0, and then that's boom, it is good. I don't know why I'm doing a horrible German accent that probably offends a lot of people. Value limits. Most numerical values are restricted by soft limit and hard limit value ranges. Changing values by dragging with the mouse is restricted to the soft limit value range. Input via keyboard will allow to use a wider value range, but never wider than the hard limit. Expressions. You can enter mathematical expressions into any number field. For example, enter 3 times 2 or 10 divided by 5 plus 4 instead of 6. Interesting. That is quite wacky, to be honest. And I have touched my phone. I am holding my phone for some reason. I don't know why. I am putting my phone down. Picking up my tea. I don't need to check the time on my phone. I'm on my watch. Just a calculator watch. So I don't even have to open the calculator on my phone either. Um, paper plate can go in the garbage. I'm going to take my ketchup and I'm going to go put it away. The world is quite wacky, actually. I'm out of napkins. I'm gonna get more napkins. Just in case I sneeze again. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Hour in. Another hour. Even constants like pi or functions like square root of 2 may be used. Really? So there is more reasons why I need to actually know math? You mean to tell me that math is actually important? This was is this what is this black magic sorcery? The teachers that taught me in school were actually right, and in fact math is important. I did not know this. This is devastating. This is devastating, and it's awful. You mean to tell me that math is important? Oh my god. Oh my darn. What? Okay. There we go. See also, these expressions are evaluated by Python for all available math expressions. See math module reference. Wonderful. Gotta love Python. Python, let me do a quick advertisement. Python. We've been there since the fall of Eden. A Python. Okay, here we go. Here's one. Python. That Apollo guy actually kinda sucks. Python, the cooler Slytherin. Python, what a titan. uh, hold on. Python mythology. Because there's actually there is actually a mythology of this, of Python. Greek mythology was a serpent sometimes represented as the medieval-style dragon living at the center of the earth, believed by the ancient Greeks to be at Delphi. He was killed by the god Apollo. That is literally Python, sometimes written Pytho, presided at the Delphic Oracle, which existed in the cult center for its mother Gaia, Earth. Pytho, being the place name, was substituted for the earlier Chrysa. Greeks considered the site to be the center of the earth, represented by a stone, the omphalos, or navel, which Python guarded. Ah, yes, of course, a python would be guarding the navel. uh... Yeah, but what did Python do besides guard Gaia's navel? I'm not going to read the entire Wikipedia article on Python. I'm not going to do that right now. Why would I do that right now? It's big snake monster. Friggin' I don't really have jokes anymore. I'm out of jokes. Jokes all gone. I'm done. Don't have any more. Ran out. Expressions as drivers. You may want your expression to be re-evaluated after it is entered. Blender supports this using drivers, a feature of the animation system. Expressions beginning with hashtag have a special use. Instead of evaluating the value and discarding the expression, a driver is added to the property with the expression entered. The expression hashtag frame is a quick way to map a value to the current frame, but more complex expressions like hashtag fmod frame 24 divided by 24 are also supported. This is simply a convenient shortcut to add drivers, which can also be added via the right mouse button menu. Units. As well as expression, you can specify numbers and units. If no unit is given, then a default unit is applied. The unit system can be changed in scene settings. You can use either the unit abbreviation or the full name after the value. Examples of valid usage of length units include 1 centimeter, 2 feet, 1 meter, 3 millimeters, 3 feet divided by 0.5 kilometers. 1 meter, 3 millimeter, 2.2 millimeters plus 5 feet divided by 3 inches minus 2 yards. Okay, so you can mix and match imperial and metric. Is that what what they're implying? Are they implying that it doesn't really matter? Does it really matter? Note, using units. Decimal separator is optional. Wonderful. You can mix units, example metric and imperial, even though you can only show one at a time. Plurals of the names are recognized too, so meter and meters can both be used. Okay, I'm loving Blender even more. Look at this, look at this. And friggin' is like moon missions have been scrapped because of this. NASA is out there in the background being like, okay, we have to use either all imperial or all metric for any project. Like we can't do this. Meanwhile, Blender is just like, yeah, it doesn't matter actually. It's fine. NASA is on a different level. This is animation. This is not rocket science. Rocket science, you have to be a little bit more strict. Color fields. The color field stores a color value. Clicking on it with left mouse button opens the color picker. Color fields with an alpha channel are divided in half. On the left, the color is shown without an alpha channel, and on the right, it's shown with an alpha channel over a checker pattern. Colors can be copied to other color fields by dragging and dropping. Nice. Hovering over a color property will display a large swath preview of the color and the color's hexadecimal RGBA and HSVA values. Nice. Menus. Blender uses a variety of different menus for accessing options and operators. Menus can be interacted with in the following ways. Mouse selection. Left mouse button on the desired item. Numerical selection. You can use the number keys or numpad to input an item in the list to select. For example, numpad 1 will select the first item and so on. If a menu is too large to fit on the screen, a small scrolling triangle appears on the top or bottom. Scrolling is done by moving the mouse above or below this triangle. Shortcuts. Use wheel while hovering with the mouse. Arrow keys can be used to navigate. Each menu item has an underlined character which can be pressed to activate it. Number keys or numpad can also be used to activate menu items. 1 for the first menu item, 2 for the second, etc. For larger menus, Alt 1 activates the 11th, and so on. up to Alt 0 for the 20th. Huh. Well, that does that. Plus and minus, numpad. I don't know. Oh, this is what it means. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3, Alt 4. So let's shift A, the cube, and then let's right click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3, Alt 4, Alt 5, Alt 6, Alt 7. So Alt 7. Alt 7. Okay, and that deletes it. Interesting. Press return to activate and selected. Press return to activate the selected menu item. Press escape to close the menu without activating any menu item. This can also be done by moving the mouse cursor far away from the menu, or by left mouse button clicking anywhere outside of it. Okay. Okay. Pop-up menus. Pop-up menus list operators which can be executed by selecting left mouse button or using the generated shortcut indicated by by the underlined character of the operator name. All menu entries show any relevant shortcut keys, which can be executed without opening the menu. All pop-up menus can be searched by pressing spacebar and typing the name of the operator in the menu. If a pop-up menu has search as one of the items, the menu can be searched without having to press spacebar first. All pop-up menus of an editor can be searched by using the menu search feature. Collapsing menus. Sometimes it's helpful to gain some extra horizontal space in the header by collapsing menus. This can be accessed from the header context menu. Click right mouse button on the header and uncheck the Show Menus checkbox. Click on any of the header menus. Access the menu from the collapsed icon. Huh. My head is completely empty right now. If it's empty, that means I can fill it with something. What do I have here? Select menus. A select menu or selector allows you to choose from a predefined list of options. It appears as a text label and or icon with a down arrow on the right. Click with left mouse button to open the menu and choose an option. The selected option will then appear inside the button. You can also cycle through options without opening the menu by scrolling on top of the button with Control Wheel. Are you sure about that? Yeah, Control Wheel doesn't do anything. Expand view. Some selected menus use an expanded layout to show all available options at once. In this view, the active options is highlighted with a colored background. In certain cases, you can select multiple options by holding Shift and clicking with the left mouse button. Okay. Emphasis on in certain cases, I guess. Popover menus are similar to select menus, but can show more varied content, such as a title, buttons, sliders, etc. Okay, control scroll wheel works for this. So control scroll wheel doesn't do anything, but that does. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Hmm. The transform orientations pop over. context menu. Context menus are pop-ups that can be opened with right mouse button in most editors. It's also possible to use the menu key. The contents of the menu depend on the location of the mouse pointer. When invoked in an editor, the menu contains a list of operators sensitive to the editor's mode. When invoked over buttons and properties, common options include a single, apply the change to a single value of a set, example, only the x-coordinate of an object's location, all, apply the changes to all values in a set, example, all coordinates of an object's location. Reset the default values, backspace. Replace the current value by the default. Copy data path. Shift Control C. Copies the Python property data path relative to the data block. Useful for Python scripting. Copy full data path. Shift Control Alt C. Copies the full Python property data path, including any needed context information. Copy as new driver. Creates a new driver using this property as input and copies it to the clipboard. Use paste driver to add the driver to a different property, or paste driver variables to extend an existing driver with a new input variable. Copy to selected. Copies the property value to the selected object's corresponding property. A use case is if the property's context is pinned. Assign shortcut lets you define a keyboard or mouse shortcut for an operation. To define the shortcut, you must first move the mouse cursor over the button that pops up. When press a key appears, you must press and or click the desired shortcut. Press escape to cancel. See also keymap. Change shortcut lets you redefine the shortcut. Remove shortcut unlinks the existing shortcut. Open file location. Open location externally. Opens the containing folder using the operating system's file manager. Online manual F1 opens an online page of the Blender manual in a web browser. Online Python reference, context-sensitive access to the Python API reference. Edit source for UI development creates a text data block with the source code associated with the control in case the control is based on Python script in the text editor. In the text editor, it points at the code line where the element is defined. Edit translation for UI development points at the translation code line. Pie menus. A pie menu is a menu whose items are separated radially around the mouse. 3D viewport mode pie menu. Oh. I accidentally did Shift Tab. But what was... I have no quick favorites. Shift Q. Shift Tab. Control Q. No, Control Q is quit. Cancel. I forgot that Control Q was quit. Oh boy. I'm getting cooked, chat. Chat, I'm getting cooked. What was making that? Tab C? Tab C? Yes. No, Tab Z is that. Tab Q? That wasn't even Tab C. No, X is that. C? What does C do? That's Control V. Shift Grave? No, that was Fly. Grave. That's just pressing Grave. Is that Control Grave makes the widgets disappear. What? Oh, that's A, which is selecting all. S is scale. B is nothing. Q is the quick favorites. E Alt Z is X-ray toggle. Alt X, Alt V, Alt F, Alt Viewport time menu. Okay, menus. Fastest way to operate my menus: press down the keys that invoke the menu. Move mouse slightly towards the selection and release the keys. Activation. My menu settings. It was something I accidentally pressed all the time. I had it at one. Um, this is going to bug me for a while. I remember opening it up before. Control tab? Control tab. Control tab. Control tab. That was it. Woo. You know, life is kind of difficult when you think about it. But you gotta just keep on keeping on because the alternative is dying, and dying is boring. Dying is the most boring thing, actually. There's nothing, there's just nothing. Imagine doing nothing forever. It can't be me. I don't like it when I do nothing. Actually, spilled tea on myself. Well, dribble, dribble. I am going to put water into the kettle and then turn the kettle on so that there's hot water for my next cup of tea. Water in the kettle. Kettle turned on. So that's the pie menus. Tip: the fastest way to operate a pie menu is to press down the keys that invoke the menu. Move the mouse slightly towards the selection and release the keys to activate the selection. Releasing the key without moving the mouse will keep the menu open so you can click the desired item. If you don't move the mouse before releasing, the item closest to the mouse will be activated instantly. An open disk widget at the center of the pie menu shows the current direction of the pie menu. The selected item is also highlighted. A pie menu will only have a valid direction for item selection if the mouse is touching or extending beyond the disk. Widget at the center of the menu. Beyond the disk widget at the center of the menu. Okay. Pie menu items support key accelerators, which are letters underlined on each menu item. Number keys can also be used. If there are sub-pies available, it is indicated by a plus icon. See also pie menu settings. Cool. Eyedropper. The eyedropper playlet icon allows you to sample from anywhere in the Blender window. The eyedropper can be used to select different kinds of data. Color, this is the most common usage. The eyedropper is used to sample a pixel's color from anywhere within Blender. Note, the view transform of the color management affects the color in order to get consistent results. It should be set to standard. If it is set to any other option, the eyedropper may return an inaccurate color. Color ramp. Dragging the cursor over the window to sample a line which is converted into a color ramp. Objects, object data. This is used with object buttons, such as parent, constraints, or modifiers, to select an object from the 3D viewport or outliner, rather than having to select it from a drop-down. Bones. This is used as a sub-target to an armature. This is used when a sub-target to an armature can be chosen. It is possible to choose a bone from the 3D viewport from the outliner. Only bones that belong to the armature that was chosen as a target can be picked. In the 3D viewport, bones can only be picked if the armature is in the pose mode or in edit mode. Camera depth. The camera depth number fields affecting distance can also use the eyedropper. This is used to set the camera's depth of field so the depth chosen is in focus. E will activate the eyedropper while hovering over a button. Left mouse button dragging will mix the colors you drag over, which can help when sampling noisy imagery. Spacebar resets and starts mixing the colors again. Decorators. Decorators are small buttons that appear to the right of other buttons and show the state of the property. Decorators may appear next to number fields, menus, and checkboxes to indicate the property can be animated. Decorators indicating different property states. Clicking on the decorator dot icon will add a keyframe to that property. Clicking the rhombus icon again will remove the keyframe. A solid rhombus icon indicates there is a keyframe on the current frame, while a non-solid rhombus icon indicates that the property has a keyframe on another frame. Clicking the non-solid rhombus icon will create a keyframe on the current frame with the current property value. If a property is being driven by another, the decorator shows the driver icon. Decorators make it quick and easy to glance over properties and see their state. See also state colors. Data block menu. Hold on, where are we? UI elements. A long way to go to get through the user interface. We're about a third of the way through, I think. Data block menu lets you select a data block, such as a material, in order to link it to something else, such as an object. Type shows an icon indicating the data block type. Clicking the image or the down arrow opens the pop-up menu. Dragging the image lets you apply the data block to something else. For example, you can drag a material into an object in the 3D viewport to assign it. Dragging into data ID fields is also possible. List, a list of data blocks available in the current blend file, or a link to select an item from. The menu may show a preview besides the item, and a search field to search the items in the list by name. Note, data blocks with names that begin with period are hidden from the list, unless a string that also starts with period is entered into the search field. Or show hidden files / data blocks user preference is enabled. Just like .files in Linux. Gotta love that. Gotta love the Linux reference. Well, I say Linux reference, but I've never seen it in Windows, and I never used Mac, so interesting. What got me off of Windows is basically that my hardware is too old. My hardware is too old and too incompatible with Windows. I have to be on Linux because otherwise my computer shuts down like 30 minutes at a time. Windows 11 sucks. It's too unstable for my hardware. That's just the case. That's just the case. If you're going to be in the 21st century, you have to know at least a little bit of how to operate Linux. Unless you're planning on buying new hardware every single like 5 years or whatever, you need to know Linux. I have 13-year-old like hardware. My I think my motherboard is like an Acer Sharktooth from 2010 or something. I don't know. It's 8-core processor. That's it. It's ridiculous. Everything is ridiculous. Everything is awful. Everything is ridiculous. Absurdism is going way up in popularity, in my opinion. Everything is just absurd. But you want to know what? The meaning of life is making your own meaning, I guess. Which is also absurd. New cup of tea. New cup of tea. Put on the headphones. Where was I? Oh yeah, it was the .hidden files. Name displays and allows editing of the name of the selected data block. User count displays the number of users of the data. If there's more than one user, clicking it will create a single user copy. As an example, if 3 separate objects referenced the same material, the material's user count would be 3. Changing the material would affect all 3 objects. If you now select an object and clicked user count, the object would receive its very own copy of the material, which can be modified independently of the original that is still used by the other 2. Okay, now selected an object and clicked the user count. The object would receive its very own copy of the material. Be modified in. I could have used that. I could have definitely used that. But I was stupid. I wasn't stupid. I didn't know that I didn't know. which is something completely different in its entirety. Just because you don't know what you don't know doesn't mean you're stupid. I need to internalize that. It doesn't mean that you're smart either. Oh boy, oh boy. Does not knowing what you not know does ever mean that? I don't even know what I'm saying. All I know is that my glasses are freaking dirty. I'm gonna go get my my microfiber cloth for my glasses. Okay. It's going to be a very rough summer. It is. What is today's date? What is today's date? June 8th of 2026. It's going to be a rough summer. It's going to require me pushing through a lot of knowing nothing. What was Socrates' quote about an unexamined life? Hold on. I'm opening another tab. Minus AI, because I don't want AI to freaking process this query. Socrates, an unexamined life. What was that quote? Yeah, an unexamined life is not worth living. What is this Reddit post? What did Socrates mean when he said unexamined life is not worth living? Mr. Furious. We just got done teaching this. The quote is from the Apology. While most people take Socrates to be about the need for self-reflection and a meaningful life, it actually means something a little different in his speech. In the Apology, Socrates is talking about how he tries to get Athenians in positions of authority to realize that they don't know what they're talking about. He subjects their beliefs to critical scrutiny and embarrasses them when it turns out they don't know what they're talking about. So the examination he's talking about is actually his questioning of people in authority who claim to have knowledge, particularly of virtue. Socrates himself doesn't claim to know anything. but does claim to realize that he doesn't know anything. That's what examination gets him. So in a way, he's saying that living a life where you don't realize your own ignorance is not worth living. Yep. Yep. And then Plato and Aristotle proceed to lose the plot. Wonderful. Wonderful. Reddit is better than AI. You cannot change my mind. You cannot change my mind. Okay, fake user, shield icon. If a data block has no real users, it'll normally be cleaned up, deleted when saving the blend file. To prevent this, you can give it a fake user. That way it's guaranteed to survive. Data blocks with a fake user have an F prefix in the drop-down list. The outliner can show an overview of all data blocks without real users in the blend file. Simply change its display mode to orphan data. New/add files icon creates a new data block or duplicates the current one and selects it. Open file folder icon opens the file browser for importing an image, for example. Unpack file bin icon. Unpack the file packed into the current blend file to an external one. X unlink data block. Clears the link, shift left mouse button, set the users to 0, allowing the data to be fully deleted from the blend file. Sometimes there is a list of applied data blocks, such as a list of materials used on the object. See also, data blocks are discussed further in the data system chapter. Preview. Some data block menus have large preview images in their drop-down instead of just icons and names. Data block menu with preview. Okay. Data ID. A data ID field is similar to a data block menu, but is only for selected and not other features like creating new data or managing users. It can show the following elements. Type. The icon on the left specifies the accepted data block type. Name. The text field functions as a search field by matching elements in the list. Press tab to autocomplete names up to the level where a match is found. If more than one match exists, you have to continue typing. If you type an invalid name, the value will remain unchanged. List lets you select the data block directly. Eyedropper. In some data IDs, there is an eyedropper available through the pipette icon on the right side. X. Clear button string. Sorry, my eyes glazed over. My eyes glazed over. At least I'm not doom scrolling. That's all that matters. I can be happy that I am not doom scrolling. This is legitimately doing this, going through a manual, is anything but doom scrolling. It is it's hope trekking, and oh boy, is it a trek. It is very difficult. You know what? I'm going to resize my camera. Make it slightly bigger. I think that would be cool. I think that is cool, actually. You know what? I would need to make this smaller. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll figure it out later. Figure it out later. Maybe make this bigger? That way that... Yeah, sure. Whatever. Ship it. Ship it. My dad used to say that all the time. Right up until he died. Yeah. Crazy. Humans. Being mortal. Crazy. Why am I trying to open up the web pack? X, clear button string. Click the X button on the right to clear reference. ID subdata. Related data type of ID subdata may become available to select depending on the data block type and its intended usage. Subdata example. Okay. Vertex group. If the selected object in the target field is a mesh or a lattice, an additional field may be displayed to select one of its vertex groups. Bone. If the selected object in the target field is armature, an additional field may be displayed to select one of its bones. Head/tail. Once a bone is selected, a numeric field may become available for specifying a point along the bone. A value of 0 corresponds to the bone's head, while a value of 1 corresponds to its tail. Any values between these will result in a linear interpolation, so a value of 0.5 matches the bone's center. Use V-bone shape. If the bone is a bendy bone, clicking on this button will make the point follow the curvature of the B spine between the head and the tail, rather than simply going in a straight line. Okay. List view. List view. I'm gonna go check on my tea. I do not have the finances for Earl Grey tea. I wish I did. Otherwise, I would be making all the jokes of and making a kettle that automatically brews automatically brews a cup of tea Earl Grey hot. That's what I want to do one day. I want to make a tea brewing machine so that I can just yell or say into the air, and then a microphone picks it up. Whenever I say tea Earl Grey hot, it brews me a cup of tea. Earl Grey tea. Because I like Earl Grey tea. However, can't always afford Earl Grey tea. There will be no Earl Grey until finances improve. There will be no alcohol until morale improves. And morale would only improve after I'm like work from home, basically. Too hot. Too hot. Too hot. Tea is too hot. I'm gonna take the lid off. I wish just being on the internet, reading manuals, and playing around in free and open source programs would be a job. I don't think it is a job. I don't think it can be a job. However, I do dream of it. Imagine having a job and the description is internet cool person. It can't be me. Why would I be an internet cool person? I don't know. I don't think that I'm cool though. List view. This control is useful for managing lists of items. In addition to the main list, there is a filtering panel on the bottom, hidden by default, and modification buttons on the right. Select to select an item. Click left mouse button on it. Rename. By double-clicking on an item, you can edit its name via text field. I just popped a pimple on my chin. Oh boy. Ooh. I hate my facial hair. I hate my facial hair so much because when I'm picking at it and when I'm plucking all of it, all of the entire lower of my face is irritated and red, and it's just like, what the hell? I'm trying to have, like, clean, perfect face on the lower half, and it's just like, no. Your body is a prison. You have a corporeal form, and you will like it. I do not like having a corporeal form. I have to remind myself to take showers every single day. I literally have sticky notes, like, stuck to my wall right next to my bed of like me trying to motivate myself to get out of bed, to take showers, to take my morning supplements, to it's omega-3, B6, you know, friggin' uh, and I keep picking at myself. I'm not afraid to be cringe. I'm not afraid to be cringe. I don't know what cringe is. I can fold up my... And now I'm distracting myself with literally anything else besides reading a manual. At least my phone isn't in my hand, and at least I'm not scrolling through YouTube Shorts or TikTok or Reels or anything. Why would I do that? I want to improve my life. How does that improve my life? How does scrolling improve anybody's life, actually? When you really think about it. How does scrolling improve a person's life? It exists only to stagnate a person's life, really. Where was I? I'll just start from the beginning. Wait, no. I just finished. I was at rename. Rename, by double-clicking on an item, you can edit its name via the text field. This can also be achieved by clicking it with a control left mouse button. Resize. The list view can be resized to show more or fewer items. Hover the mouse over the handle, then click and drag to expand and shrink the list. Okay. Filter. Click the Show Filtering Options button. Triangle on the bottom left to show or hide the filter option panel. Search Control F filters the list to only show items containing a certain term. Not a certain item, a certain term. I'm gonna turn the camera like that. That's a little bit too much. There we go. Invert. Toggle between including items that match the search and those that do not contain The search term. Sort by name. This button switches between alphabetical and non-alphabetical. This button switches between alphabetical and non-alphabetical ordering. Reversed. Reverse. Sort objects in ascending or descending order. This also applies to alphabetical sorting if selected. On the right of the list view, there are list modification buttons. Add, remove, specials, a menu with operators to edit list entries, and remove. Moves the selected item up or down one position. Tree view. Tree view. The tree view is used to display hierarchical data in a structured, expandable layout. Unlike the list view, items can contain child items that can be expanded or collapsed. This control is commonly used to organize nested elements such as node trees, collections, or group settings. Expand/collapse. Items that contain children display a closure triangle. Click left mouse button on the triangle to expand or collapse the item. Expanded items show their child entries indented beneath them. Collapsed items hide their content. Select. Click left mouse button on an item to select it. Selection behavior may vary depending on the context. Some tree views allow multi-selection. Rename. If supported, items can be renamed by double-clicking them or by pressing F2. Hierarchy. Child items are visually indented to reflect their relationship to parent items. Depending on the context, items may support drag and drop reordering, moving items between parent entries, reorganizing nested structures, content menu. Right-click, right mouse button on an item to open a context menu with operators specific to that entry. Filtering and sorting. Some tree views support filtering and sorting options similar to the list view. Availability depends on the specific implementation. Modification buttons. Depending on the context, buttons may appear alongside the tree view to add, remove, or reorder items. These behave similarly to the modification buttons in the view list. In the list view. Color picker. Color picker. E. Not Earl Gay. Not Earl Gay. Earl Gay, hot. Earl Gay, hot. Okay. Color picker. The color picker is a pop-up control that allows you to define and adjust color values. It appears when editing any color property in Blender, such as materials, lights, brushes, or interface themes. The color picker provides multiple color models and interaction modes to suit different workflows, and can display or edit colors in both linear and perceptual display preferred color spaces. Interface. Color picker. The large color field lets you pick two color components at once, depending on the selected picker type. The third component, such as value or saturation, is controlled with a slider next to the color field. The picker's appearance and behavior depend on the type chosen in the preferences. See types below. Value/lightness. The vertical slider with a gradient background defines the brightness or lightness of the selected color. You can scroll the wheel or fine adjustments or click and drag the handle. Below the color picker widget are a few options. The first affects how the color component's values are computed. Linear displays color component values in the scene's linear working. Display color component values in the scene's linear working color space used internally for rendering and compositing. Perceptual displays color component values in the color picking space sRGB by default, which matches the visual appearance of the color widgets and is more intuitive for user selection. The next set of options change the color model that is used. The available options depend on the color picker type. RGB defines a color by directly mixing red, green, and blue components. HSV/HSL defines a color by adjusting hue, saturation, and value or lightness. Useful for adjusting color, tone, and intensity independently. Component values. The numeric fields below the picker show the component values RGB or HSV/HSL. Blender expresses these in a range 00 to 1.0 for color inputs that include an alpha channel. An additional slider and field are shown. For color inputs that include an alpha channel, an additional slider and field are shown. Hex displays or accepts the color's hexadecimal representation. Hex shorthand notation can be used, for example, FC0 for FFCC00. Note, hex values are automatically gamma corrected for the sRGB color space. For more information, see color management. Eyedropper samples a color from anywhere inside the Blender window using the eyedropper. The sampled colors are read in linear color space, so they do not account for display transformations such as view or exposure adjustments. Sampling colors from overlays, reference images, or video preview regions may be inaccurate since those may be drawn after color management transforms. Shortcuts. Control left mouse button, drag, snaps hue to 30-degree intervals. Shift left mouse button, drag, fine-tune color movement for precise adjustments. Wheel, adjust value or lightness. Backspace, reset the current value to its default. The color picker type determines how colors are visualized and selected. Different picker types offer alternative layouts for adjusting hue, saturation, and value components. The choice is a matter of personal preference and workflow. You can choose the default picker type in the preferences under interface preferences. Okay. I don't know enough about colors. I know. It's a sin. Being this gay and not knowing. Ah, what a sin. What a sin. Being a gay, gender fluid MF and not knowing enough about colors. I don't understand any of these acronyms. I know nearly nothing about colors except for like how RGB kind of works. Kind of. All I know is that my favorite RGB is 00FF03. That's all I know. That's all I know. Sue me. I like my number 3, and I put the number 3 in blue. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Notes. Blender internally works in linear color space. Conventions from sRGB or other spaces happen automatically. The color picker displays the color as it appears if the current view transform. In the current view transform, but the stored value remains linear. For consistent results across renders and display devices, see color management. Color ramp widget. Oh boy. Gonna do more colors. Gotta love colors. Colors are the gayest subject. It's I think colors are in fact the gayest subject. Even if you're a girl and your whole thing is just like, ooh, the color of clothing or whatever, or picking out very specifically like what shade you want to paint a bathroom or something. I don't know. Do you U-Haul on the second date? Like, uh, anyway, color ramp widget. Color ramps specify a color gradient based on color stops. Each stop has a position and a color. The gradient is when calculated as the interpolation between these stops using the chosen interpolation method. Let me read that again to see if it makes more sense. Color ramps specify a color gradient based on color stops. What are color stops? Each stop has a position and a color. That doesn't answer my question. The gradient is then calculated as the interpolation between these stops using the chosen interpolation method. Should I write sticky notes? Should I write more sticky notes? I don't understand color stop. I'll figure it out at some point. Some point I'll figure it out. Not right now. Oh. Controls. Adds a new stop between the selected stop and one before it. Are these the things that are stops? Okay, deletes the selected color stop. That's what minus does. Tools contains more operators for the color ramp. Flip color ramp flips the gradient mirroring the position of the stops. Distribute stops from left to right. Distribute the stops so that every step has the same space to the right. This is mostly useful when used with constant interpolation mode. Distribute stops evenly. Distribute the stops so that all neighbors have the same space between them. Eyedropper key. Eyedropper to sample a color or a gradient from the interface to be used in the color ramp. Reset color ramp. Resets the color ramp to its default state. Color mode. Selection of the color model used for interpolation. RGB blends color by mixing each color channel and combining. HSV, HSL blends colors by first converting to HSV or HSL, mixing then combining again. This has the advantage of maintaining saturation between different hues, where RGB would desaturate. This allows for a richer gradient. Color interpolation, the interpolation method to use across the ramp. RGB B-spline uses a B-spline interpolation for the color stops. Cardinal uses a cardinal interpolation for the color stops. Linear uses a linear interpolation for the color stops. Ease uses an ease interpolation for the color stop. Constant uses a constant interpolation for the color stop. HSV/HSL clockwise interpolation around HSV/HSL wheel. Counterclockwise around the HSV/HSL. So this is for changing colors over time. Active color stock. Index of the active color stock, shown as a dashed line, offers an alternative way of selecting a stop in case it's so close to others that it's hard to select it directly. I'm picking at myself again. Oh, I need to stop. Picking at my face is bad. It's bad. I'm gonna turn on the light. Okay. Hello? So I guess the webcam can actually adjust itself. That's good. Get myself again. Position. This slider controls the position of the selected color stock in the range. Color field, where you can specify the color and alpha of the selected stop. Shortcuts. Left mouse button drag moves color stops. Control left mouse button click adds a new color stop. Color palette. Oh boy, color palette. Color palette. I need to go to the bathroom again. Oh. So much tea. So much tea. My primary means of hydration. Life is wild. Right. I'm not going to pick at my face with the tweezers. My face is already, like, red and splotchy in places. And it's just like, can't touch it, can't touch it. Don't touch it, will not touch it. Beauty is pain, but there is such thing as trying too hard. Okay, the color palette. Color palettes are a way of storing a brush's color so that it can be used at a later time. This is useful when working with several colors at once. Palette, a data block menu to select a palette. Plus, new palette color adds the current brush's primary color to the palette. Minus, delete palette color, removes the currently selected color from the palette. Up and down, move palette color, moves the selected color up and down one position. Sort by, sorts colors by hue, saturation, value, luminance. Color list, each color that belongs to a palette is presented in a list. Clicking on a color will change the brush's primary color to that color. Shortcuts, Control left mouse button, open the color picker to change color. It's the color picker. Backspace, reset the value. Oh boy. Curve widget. Curve widget. I know, keep checking here. Oh. If I keep checking, it's just going to make me more depressed. What am I doing? What is my brain thinking? Brain, what are you thinking? Why are you looking at all of these? Brain, what are you thinking? Do I want to really try and push through all of this? Do I even have enough time in the day to do stuff like that? Can I read all of that in 3 hours? I'm already at a 3-hour mark. Why would I need to... Why... No, 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 no. There we go. Just keep reading. I'll just keep reading. Curve widget. This widget is used to edit 2 types of curves. Profile curve. That simply describe a 2-dimensional shape, mapping curves that map an input value on x-axis and an output value on y-axis. The available options are slightly different depending on this type. Also, unlike profile curves, mapping curves can't have overhang. Each x value must correspond to exactly one y value. Control points. Like all curves in Blender, the curve in this widget is defined using control points. Add. Click left mouse button anywhere on the curve where there is not already a control point. Move. Drag the point with left mouse button. Remove. Select the point and click the X button at the bottom right. Alternatively, press X. Controls. Zoom in. Zoom in to show more details and provide more accurate control. Navigate around the curve while zoomed in, click and drag with left mouse button in an empty area. Zoom out. Zoom out to show fewer details and view the curve as a whole. You cannot zoom out further than the clipping region. See clipping below. Reverse path, profile curves. Mirror the curve around the diagonal. Clipping options, mapping curves. Use clipping. Force curve points to stay between the specified values. Min x/y and max x. Set the minimum and maximum bounds of the curve points. Specials. Reset view. Zoom the view all the way up. Extend options. Mapping curves. Controls how the curves is extended before the first point and after the last point. Extend horizontal. Causes the curve to go flat. Extend extrapolated. Cause the curve to maintain its direction. Extend horizontal. Extend extrapolated. Okay. That makes sense. At least in a graphical, pictures say 1,000 words. Reset curve. Resets curve to the default. Removes all added points. I'm touching my face and all the bumps and hairs. I'm touching it. Why am I doing that? I'm making myself upset. Handle type. The handle type of the selected control point. This determines the shape of the curved segments around it. Auto handle results in a smooth curve without the need to manually set up handles. Vector handle results in a straight line and a sharp corner. Free handle. Profile curves. Shows freely movable brazier handles that are independent of each other. This can result in a sharp corner at the control point. Aligned free handles. Shows freely movable brazier handles that are locked together to always point in the opposite directions. This ensures the curve is always smooth at the control point. Auto clamped angle. Like auto handle, but it also prevents overshoot. Vector handles, auto clamped handles. XY, the coordinates of the selected control point. X, delete X. Remove the selected control point. The first and last points cannot be deleted. Copy/paste, Control C, Control V. The whole curve can be copied from one curve widget to another by hovering over it and pressing Control C, Control V. Presets, brush curve widgets only. A number of preset curves that curve can be set to. Okay. A number of preset curves that the curve can be set to. The exact shape depends on whether the default curve or the property has a positive or negative slope. Smooth round root. Sharp linear constant. Smooth round root. Sharp linear constant. Okay. Tools and operators. Tool system. Tools are accessed from the toolbar. This is general introduction to tools. Individual tools have their own documentation. Their There can only be one active tool per workspace and mode. This tool is remembered. If you're in edit mode and have the extrude tool selected, then switch to object mode, which has no extrude tool, and back into edit mode. The extrude tool is still active. Most tools are controlled by using left mouse button, though some also have modifier keys shown in the status bar while using the tool. This can all be customized in the key map preferences. Some tools define gizmos. Shear and spin, for example, help control them. Toolbar, reference, shortcut T. The toolbar contains buttons for various tools. Buttons with a small triangle in their bottom right corner are tool groups, which can be opened by holding left mouse button on them for a moment or dragging left mouse button to open them instantly. Hovering your cursor over a tool for a short time will show its name, while hovering longer will show the full tooltip. Resizing the toolbar horizontally will display the icons with 2 columns. Expanding it further will display the icon and its text. Pop-up toolbar. Shortcut Shift Spacebar. Pressing Shift Spacebar will pop up a small toolbar right of your cursor for faster access. The shortcuts for selecting the tool are displayed on the right. Alternatively, you can map this action to Spacebar in the key map preferences, when you'll be able to use Spacebar like a modifier key. Similar to holding Control or Shift, for example, you can press Spacebar T for transform, Spacebar D for annotate, Spacebar M for measure, and so on. It's the Spacebar action. My face again. Quick favorites. Q. The quick favorites menu gathers your favorite tools. Any tool or menu item can be added to this pop-up menu via its context menu. Changing tools. If you have Alt-click tool prompt enabled in the key map preferences, tapping Alt will display a tool prompt in the status bar. You will then press a key to select the corresponding tool, or tap Alt again to cancel the prompt. I'm about to have my alarm go off for 9 o'clock, so I'm going to quickly just dismiss that alarm. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. Okay, there we go. My Casio watch beeps every hour on the hour, but it's slightly faster than my phone. So if I have this beep, and I know it's going to be like my alarm is about to go off, I can turn off the alarm before the alarm goes off. sometimes if I'm quick enough. Um, which is not always the case. It's not always the case. I don't understand why I do some things. My mind is empty. That means I can still keep reading. This doesn't tell me how to put things into my quick favorites. Fallback tool. The fallback tool is one that's selected by default, so the one at the top of the toolbar, you can change it either by holding left mouse button on the toolbar option or pressing Alt W to get a pie menu. Alt W. Fallback tool. Okay. Cycling tools. If you bind a key to a tool which is part of a group, you can enable the cycle option in the key map editor. Successive presses will then cycle through the tools in that group. This is enabled by default for the selection tools in the 3D viewport. For example, pressing W will cycle between select box, select circle, and so on. Yes, I have done that a lot before. Properties. Tools can have their own settings, which are available from multiple places. The Tool Active Tool panel in the sidebar N, the Active Tool /tab in the Properties editor, and the Tool Settings region below the area header. don't know if I can see that. Operators. Operators execute an action the moment they're activated, which makes them different from tools, which require some sort of input. Operators can be started from operator buttons, pop-up menus, or menu search. Examples of operators include adding a new object, deleting it, or setting its shading to smooth. Operator properties. Most operators have properties that can be adjusted to refine their result. First run the operator, which will use its default settings, then adjust the properties in the adjust last operation region. Modal operators. Modal operators exist as a concept in between tools and regular operators. They require some sort of interactive input. Escape right mouse button conceals a modal operator. Return left mouse button confirms the action of a modal operator. Slider operators. Slider operators are used to interactively adjust a percentage value in the editor's header. You can adjust the percentage by dragging the slider left or right. This can be made coarser, snapping in 10% increments by holding Control, or more precisely by holding Shift. For some sliders, you can toggle overshoot with E, which lets you go beyond 0 and 100% range. Searching for operators. Menu search. Load all modes. Menu, edit, menu search. Shortcut F3. The menu search pop-up lets you search Blender's interface for a certain operator and execute it. First narrow down the list by typing part of the operator's name. Then either click the operator with left mouse button or navigate to it with down and up and activate it with return. Apart from operator names, the pop-up also shows the menus where they're located. Okay. See also the spacebar action option in the preferences. Operator search, mode, all mode. Menu, edit, operator search. When developer extras are activated, operator search can be accessed from the edit menu in the top bar. This menu searches all operators within Blender. Even if they are not exposed in a menu, this is useful for Python developers for testing purposes. Blender might also include a few advanced operators that are not exposed in a menu and can only be accessed via this search menu. See also the user preferences. has an option to change how the search results are scored. Okay. Undo, redo. The tools listed below will let you roll back an accidental action, redo your last action, or let you choose to recover a specific point by picking from a list of recent actions recorded by Blender. Undo, Control Z. If you want to undo your last action, press Control Z. See also memory and limits preferences to change undo settings. Redo, mode, all modes. Shift Control Z. To roll back the undo action, press Shift Control Z. Adjust last operation, F9. You can tweak the parameters of an operator after running it. In editors that support it, there is a head-up display panel in the bottom left based on the last performed operation. Alternatively, you can create a pop-up with F9, which does the same thing. For example, if your last operation was a rotation in object mode, Blender will show you the last value changed for the angle. See figure rotation object mode 60 degrees. That's where you can change your action back completely by typing numpad 0 in the angle field. There are other useful options based on the operator, and you cannot only undo actions, but change them completely using the available options. If you are in edit mode, Blender will also change its contents based on your last actions taken. In the second example on the right, the last operation was a move in object mode, but a scale on a face in edit mode. And as you see, the contents of adjust last operation are different because of the mode edit mode. See figure scale edit mode resize face right. Tip. Some operations produce partially useful results by using adjust last operation. For example, adding a circle in the 3D viewport. If you reduce the vertices to 3, you get a perfect equilateral triangle. That's the word, equilateral. The adjust last operation region can be hidden by view, adjust last operation. Undo history, mode, all modes. There is also an undo history of the last actions taken recorded by Blender. The top of the list corresponds to the most recent actions. A small icon of a dot next to one of the entries indicates the current status. Rolling back actions using the undo history feature will take you back to the action you chose. Much like how you can alternate between going backward in time with undo and then forward with redo, you can hop around on the undo timeline as much as you want, as long as you do not make new changes. Once you do make a new change, the undo history is truncated at that point. Selecting one of the entries in the list takes the current status to that position. Okay. 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 Repeat last. All modes. Shift R. The repeat last feature will repeat your last action when you pressed Shift R. In the example image below, we duplicate a monkey mesh and moved it to a bit using repeat Shift R. The monkey was duplicated and moved a second time. Hold on. So I'm gonna hide the armature for a second. I'm going to edit mode this, go to basis. I'm gonna select face, select that face, and select that face, and then Shift R. Shift R. It doesn't do it for selecting faces. I thought it could. Never mind. Okay, repeat history. The repeat history feature will present you a list of last repeated actions. And you can choose the actions you want to repeat. It also works the same way as the undo history explained above, but the list contains only repeated actions. Important, when you quit Blender, the complete list of user actions will be lost, even if you saved your file before quitting. troubleshooting selection on recovering your lost work. Text annotations. The things that I ate today. I know, different subject. The things that I ate today. A bowl of cereal and 2 hot dogs. Probably need something else to eat. What do I even bother to eat? And make myself peanut butter and jam sandwich. I went to the store and I bought fresh bread and stuff. I have hamburger meat. Could fry myself up some hamburgers. I don't know what I'm doing. Ramen? I have ramen too. All of those require me to actively be at the stove. Where am I right now? Right? Why is my mouse sensitivity feel different? Okay, it's... Why? Okay. I have to untangle my wire web. It's this button right here. That's what changed it. Everything I have is full of dust and grime and 2 decades old. Where was I at? Annotations. The annotation tool is available in multiple editors, and it can be used to add notes to example 3D objects or node setup. The arrow in the screenshot below is an annotation tool in a node editor. Annotation tools. The annotation tool can be activated in the toolbar. It has the following subtools: annotate, draw freehand strokes in the main area. Annotate line, click and drag to create a line. Optionally, you can select the arrow style for the start and end of the line. Annotate polygon, click multiple times to create multiple connected lines, then press return or escape to confirm. Annotate eraser, click and drag and remove lines. The eraser has a radius set found in tool settings. Tool settings, common, color. Adjust the color of existing and new strokes. Annotation layer, a pop-over menu showing the name of the current layer to access the annotation layers. Placement determines where the annotations are drawn. 3D cursor, only available in 3D viewport. The new annotations become part of the 3D scene. They're drawn on an imagery plane that goes through the 3D cursor and is aligned to your view. Surface, only available in the 3D viewport. The new annotations become part of 3D scene. They're drawn into the surface of the object under the mouse. If there is no surface, you get the same behavior as the 3D cursor. Image, only available in 2D editors, such as Image Editor. The annotations become part of the 2D space, meaning their position and size change as you pan and zoom in the editor. The new annotations are 2D and get stuck to the screen. They keep the same position, rotation, and size no matter how you pan, orbit, or zoom in the editor. Only endpoints. Use the first and last parts of a stroke for snapping. Project into selected. Project into selected. Only project the strokes into selected areas. Stabilize stroke helps to reduce jitter of the strokes while drawing by delaying and correcting the location of points. Radius, minimum distance from the last point of the stroke, continuous. Factor, a smooth factor where higher values result in smoother strokes, but the drawing sensation feels as if you are pulling the stroke. Annotate line. Style, start the decoration to use at the beginning or end of the line segment. This can be used, for example, to create arrows to point out specific details in a scene. Annotation layers. When the annotation tool is enabled, the setting for managing multiple layers can be found in the sidebar view annotations panel. Opacity. Adjust the opacity of existing and new strokes. Thickness. Adjust the thickness of existing and new strokes. Onion skin shows a ghosted image of strokes made in frames before and after the current frame. Onion skinning only works in 3D viewport and sequencer. See the grease pencil documentation for an explanation of onion skinning. Before/after. Color to use before and after current frame on ghost frames. The number defines how many frames to show before and after the current frame. Selecting. This is the last section in tools, and then it's nodes. Oh boy, is nodes going to be a long one. I am daunted by nodes. I'm afraid of nodes. More accurately. I won't do it today. However, I need to not be scared. I need to not be afraid. If I'm afraid, then I'll never get done, and if I never do it, I'll never be able to have a life worth living. It'll continue to go unexamined. I am haunted by the prospect of what my life could be. If I could express through any medium what is inside of my own skull, that would be a good life that's worth living. It's gonna take me learning. And oh boy, do I have a lot of learning. I'm gonna finish selecting, which is the last section in tools. And then next stream will be nodes. I have work. I need to keep doing my work. Today was an exception because I'm just so tired. Even getting through this is tiring. I don't know what else to say. What can I say? Touch my face. By selecting, Blender uses left mouse button to select items. This can be changed to right mouse button in preferences. Blender has several selection tools that can be used across different editors. Note, some editors deviate from the keyboard shortcuts shown below. For example, most editors use Shift left mouse button to add a single item to the selection, but the outliner uses Control left. Similarly, most editors use Control right mouse button for performing lasso select, but node editors use Control Alt left mouse button. Most selection tools come in two variants, where one variant is available in the toolbar and the other in the select menu, while other variants names are almost identical, such as select box in the toolbar versus select box in the menu, the way they work is a bit different. The new users coming from other applications will find the toolbar variants to be the most familiar. Toolbar selection tools. All toolbar selection tools behave the same way when clicking an item. They select it and deselect any previously selected items. If you hold Shift while clicking, the item will be added to the selection. If it's not selected or removed from the selection, it is selected. What makes the tool different is what happens when you drag. Tweak. Toolbar tweak. Shortcut W. Dragging an item will move it around. Select box. Shortcut W. Dragging will create a rectangle and select all the items that are partially or completely inside it once you release. Any other items will be deselected. Holding Shift while dragging will add items to the selection. Holding Control will remove them. While dragging, you can additionally hold spacebar to move the rectangle around with the mouse. Oh. So this is holding down spacebar, release spacebar, can change the size, press spacebar again, and move it around again. Huh. Select circle. Let me... So that's scroll wheel. Lasso is the same thing. Select circle. Shortcut W. Dragging will select all items which the circle passed over. Items which don't pass over will be deselected. Holding shift while dragging will add items to the selection. Holding control will remove them. You can change the radius of the circle in the tool settings, which can be found in the area header, the tool tab of the sidebar N, or the active tool tab of the properties editor. Note, in object mode, unlike select box, which selects objects as soon as the box covers any part of their geometry, select circle only selects objects if the circle passes over their origin point. The origin is shown as an orange dot for selected objects, but is invisible for unselected ones, unless Origins All is enabled in the viewport overlays. This difference in behavior does not apply to other modes like edit mode and pose mode. Select lasso. Shortcut W. Dragging will create a freeform shape and select all items inside it once you release. Any other items will be deselected. Holding shift while dragging will add items to the selection. Holding control will remove them. While dragging, you can additionally hold spacebar to move the shape around with the mouse. Note, select lasso behaves the same as select circle in that it only looks at origin points in object mode. Select lasso example. Selection modes. Panel. Tool settings mode. Each of the toolbar selection tools has a mode to configure how it interacts with existing selections. Note that not every tool supports all of these modes. Set. Sets a new selection. Previous selection is discarded. This is the default. Extend adds newly selected items to the existing selection. Subtract removes newly selected items from the existing selection. Invert Control I inverts the selection. Unselected items become selected, and vice versa. interact. Select items that interact with the existing selection. Menu selection tools. These tools are variants of previously described ones. They're available in the menu rather than the toolbar and work slightly differently. Box select. Menu. Select box select. Shortcut B. To use this tool, you first activate the menu item or keyboard shortcut and then drag a box as usual. Unlike select box, the default behavior here is to add the items inside the box to the selection. The ones outside the box are not deselected. To remove the items inside the box from the selection, hold Shift or drag with middle mouse button instead. While dragging, you can additionally hold spacebar to move the box around with the mouse. Circle. Circle select. Menu. Select circle select. Shortcut C. To use this tool, you first activate the menu item or keyboard shortcut and then drag a circle around as usual. Unlike select circle, the default behavior here is to add the items inside the circle to the selection. The ones outside the circle are not deselected. To remove the items inside the circle from the selection, hold Shift or drag with middle mouse button instead. You can change the radius of the circle by scrolling with wheel or using the numpad plus and numpad minus keys. Once activated, circle select stays active. You can release the mouse button and start dragging somewhere else without having to press C again. At the same time, however, it blocks all other parts of Blender while it's active. To deactivate the tool again, press right mouse button, return, or escape. Select Lasso Select. To use this tool, you first activate the menu item and drag a freeform shape around the items you want to select with left mouse button. The menu lets you choose whether to set, extend, or reduce the selection. Alternatively, you can immediately start dragging with Control right mouse button, unlike select lasso. The default behavior when you add the item inside the lasso to selection. Unlike select lasso, the default behavior when then is to add the items inside the lasso to selection. The ones outside the lasso are not deselected. To remove the items inside the lasso from the selection, drag Shift Control right mouse button instead. While dragging, you can additionally hold spacebar to move the lasso around with the mouse. I don't think I understood most of what I just read. I think I just sped run. Spud run. Spud run. But now it's nodes. This will be a different stream. I think I'm burnt out for today. I did my best, even though, again, incredibly tired. But this is what it takes to learn this. I will not delete any of these scripts, even though they might be incredibly embarrassing to myself. I will not. I will not delete these. Anyway, that's enough for today. Bye-bye.